Assalamualaikum. Okay. I'm just testing the mic. Can you hear me? May I ask? You can hear me? Okay. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, ma'am.
Alhamdulillah.
Bongga.
Assalamualaikum Datu Muharib. Muharib Abi. Sangka pun sa Bagua. Muharib Abi. Si Bapa ng Kenya. Nakamute ka Muharib.
Hi, sir. Hello po.
Si Bapa ng Kenya. Bapa ng Saudi. Okay. Muharib, samun si Dato Anwar.
Sir. Ano ba nga yan? Hindi mo kagayan?
Share screen. Yung pinagkikuan ang kanto damo pindanan niya. Dosan.
CETC.
Kenapa? Balingan ke sana.
Yes, I think.
Sign in. Di pembuat
Assalamualaikum and good morning to each and everyone. Ulit ko lang. Patuloy doon sa ano niyo, sa report niyo, Yung iba dito, ngayong lagutin, isasawag na natin konti yung about sa contemporary words. Nag-uusapan dito more on globalization doon sa about sa economic growth. Lahat nung in-explain ko last meeting na sino yung mga kasabi na tinutulungan ng UN, United Nations, ang United Nations o yung mga bansang kasabi doon sa United Nations ay tumutulong sa bawat isa o sa bawat bansa na kanilang kasabi para ang focus talaga nila is about sa growth ng ekonomiya. Ang kaalinsabay noon is yung ano,
Attention everyone, please do mute yourselves muna to avoid noise. Thank you.
But do you even know what we're after? Very well. The treasure this time is
Wala kang tao.
Hello, mic test, mic test. Mic test, mic test.
Hello, hello. Sige na, start. Sige din. Sige din. Sige din. Okay na basi. Pero kasi may nag-play. May nag-play. Kiran? Hello everyone. Please unmute yourselves muna po because we will be start our program po.
Yes, sir.
Sige na. I am welcoming everyone with the universal greetings in Islam. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
A pleasant and blessed morning to all the faculty and staffs, my fellow students who are currently watching right now in their safety zones, in their lovely homes, or in their offices. May I introduce myself? My name is Harif Badar P. Baundi, ABSC student, and I will be your host for today. So without further ado, let's get started. Today we will be having our departmental orientation with the theme CETC in the new normal adapting technology, a milestone for globalization. So this orientation will be fairly different unlike before because I'm sorry, please unmute. Please mute po. Pakimi. We know in the past that we would have been in the campus already, but we are in different times. We are in different ball games. So we will just go where we adjust in these uncertain times. But despite of this pandemic, we will just go along and be flexible enough. And I must say that our department is really leading in the adjustments and because of its flexibility. And I just want to say welcome to my fellow students. And I'm currently talking right now in an office, and I wish this could be done in a physical space, but we have to be this way. And anyway, we will be hearing inspirational talks from various people in which we will be meeting virtually, of course. And we will be addressed by our lovely Dean and gracious Ma'am Cato, Dean of CETC. So I urge everyone to listen keenly as we start our program. And to formally start our program, we will be having our invocation to be led to us in the Muslim prayer, Mr. Eugene A. Lidasan, and to our Christian prayer by Princess May E. Kagadok, and to be followed by the singing of the national anthem and the CCSPC hymn.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. اللهم أعز الإسلام والمسلمين وأذل الشرك والمشركين ودمر أعداء الدين واحمي حوزة الإسلام واجمع كلمة المسلمين على الحق يا رب العالمين. وصلى الله على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين وآخره دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Ang magiging, elas ng sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa dikit mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa mandulupin, di ka pasisikin, sa nagatak tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay hinatang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang ng matawan, kulit na buhay na nagtitindig, ang bituin at niya kailan, pamay di magtitindig, luman ang araw ng marhabit pagsinta, buhay langit sa pinig mo. Ang inigaya na pagkay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Hello.
Hi, good morning to everyone.
Ay, sinasabi ko na po.
Hello, hello. Okay na. Today, I am delighted to introduce to you and express his greetings and welcome address, no other than the CETC LSG Governor, Mr. Dato Norman B. Sandad. Your skin is yours.
Oh my God. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. With the sudden shift of new normal to your lives, many things have changed from the normal routine of going to school every day to waking up just to open up your laptop and phone for the online class, from the growth fast food chains after class to social distancing everywhere. These are just a few things that change the way live, but I humbly ask everyone to remain resilient in turbulent time. Cheer up as we see it in the new normal, continue to adopt technology and develop a milestone for globalization. With that, I would like to welcome you to Departmental Virtual Orientation, especially with the presence of your supporting Dean, Engineer Alma Escato, DM, Chairperson, Civil Engineer Chairman, Engineer Wayne S. Silat, Sir, ITE Program Chairman, Engineer Ruwaida M. Abbas, MIM, BSIT Chairman, Engineer Saldi Di Bualat, sir, and faculty and staff, first year student, second year student, shifters, and transferees. Then end it with, once again, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
For the information of everyone, the attendance will be checked and monitored from time to time, so stay on your post for the whole duration of the program. So yung hindi pa naka-attendance sa Zoom, yung iba sa Zoom din ang second year students, ang transferee and the shifters ay sa Facebook Live.
Nandito ako.
May I request everyone to please turn on your camera for the documentation po. Ano to? Di ko mataw. Paano? Paano to? Di ko mataw. Please turn on your camera po. Ay, to view.
Ay, siyong nga. Saan ang camera mo naka-on na?
Show non-video party.
Okay na, marinig ako. Another reminder, in every end of the message of the speakers, there will be an open forum from, I guess, 3 to 5 minutes for you to raise your question, queries, and other issues. share screen. Pag introduce mo.
Isunod yung administration. Kulang na.
Sino pa yung kayo? Bro. Saan na kasi bro?
Sa labas na ng flashlight. PowerPoint lang yun, hindi yan. Anong pangalan ng flashlight mo pala?
Ito yung sa akin.
Sige daw. Yung flash drive isa lang. Saan na yan? Oh, isa lang. Nandiyan lang, CTC, faculty, Okay na ba? Sige. Okay na. Para bilis. Save na lang natin ulit.
Si Ma'am Kato po. Ginawit. Opo.
Hey, dude!
Nagaking ko.
Everyone, please pardon us for the delay, and at this juncture, let me introduce our lovely and gracious dean, no other than Engineer Alma S. Cato, for her inspirational and short message.
Ano to? I-X ko na. My courtesy to CCSPC College President, Dr. Sema G. Dilna, the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Teng A. Alim, ARS Director, Dr. Naraini B. Mabang, Guidance and Testing Office Director, Dr. Armia U. Ibrahim, CCSPC College Library, Mambay Dido S. Abubakar, Medical Dental Clinic Head, Dr. Rosalinda Peris Kamad, the Office of Speed Director, Professor Edgar A. Bukia, Sociocultural Office Head, Faisal B. Munal, the CETC Chairpersons, Engineer Muin S. Silad for BS Civil Engineering, ITE Program, Engineer Ruwaida M. Abbas, Industrial Technology, Engineer Zaldi D. Walat, the CETC faculty and staff, College of Engineering Technology Student Organization Advisor, Engineer Ruwaida Abbas, the SETSO Officer, School Year 2020-2021, students, Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Waalaikumsalam, ma'am.
Morning po, ma'am.
Waalaikumsalam. Good morning.
My salute to College of Engineering Student Organization Advisor, Engineer Abbas, the SETSO officers, and the MIS for materializing these departmental virtual orientations with the theme CETC in the New Normal, Adapting Technology, a Milestone for Globalization. My task is to give an inspirational to our incoming first years, the second years, shifters, and transferees. I will just give an overview of the CCSPC. Since 2013, CCSPC are aspiring and accrediting for universityhood. Hopefully, we will soon to be a university. This is also to inform our dear students that all our programs, the civil engineering, BS Civil Engineering, is accredited in level 1. And we have already certified by the CHED. The BS Information Technology have already level 3 accredited. The BS Computer Science and the Information Technology have already given by the certificate of program. We have already COPC for that program. And also BS IT Electrical Technology and BS IT Civil Technology have already certified by the CHED. I would like also to present my faculty from the College of Engineering Technology. So may I request to share screen? MIS, please. Yan siya. Yan. Okay. So the College of Engineering Technology and Computing has 6 programs to offer. So I would like to present to you the faculty. So the BS Civil Engineering chairperson is Engineer Moen Isilad. So our faculty is Engineer by Norty Abbas. She graduated her BS Civil Engineering at Cotabato City State Polytechnic College, and her MSCE is at NDDU ongoing. So our faculty for CE, Engineer Muhammad Ali KD Mapalaw. He graduated his Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering at MSU IIT, and still her doctorate degree at MSU IIT also. So the next faculty is Engineer Borhana Katakudin. She graduated her BSCE at Cotabato City State Polytechnic College as magna cum laude, and she is studying her MSCE at San Carlos University, Cebu City. And this is Engineer Susa Elias, our CCSPC Planning Director as of this date. He finished his master in civil engineering at University of Southern Philippines, Davao City. And this is our former CETC Dean, Engineer Hassanaddin S. Mama. He graduated his BSCE at MSU Marawi City and graduated his masteral at Marikina University, Manila. This is Engineer Nerissa Pal, CCSPC alumni. She graduated her BSCE at Cotabato City State Polytechnic College. Engineer Muhammad Pangato, that is also our CCSPC alumni. Engineer Grace E. Parilla. She finished her BSc at Notre Dame University, and he finished his our academic in MSCE at University of Southern Philippines, Davao City. Engineer Michelle L. Tirol, she finished her BSCE at Cotabato City State Polytechnic College and finished her MSCE at MSU IIT. The last but not the least for the BSCE, Engineer Walid A. Sarip. He is also our CCSPC alumni, and he already finished his academic in MSCE at MSU IIT. So that is for the BSCE faculty and staff. So next is the BS Industrial Technology. We have our chairperson, Engineer Zaldi Di Bualat, an electrical engineer, finished his electrical engineering at University of Mindanao, Davao City, and finished his masteral at Marikina. Engineer Kerwin J. M. Alipuon is finished his BS Electrical Engineering at Notre Dame University. Assistant Professor Tasil P. Aplal, our BSIT faculty, and finished his Masteral of Arts in Teaching at Marikina. Assistant Professor Rakman Pigimo is also our CCSPC alumni. He finished his BSIT here in CCSPC and he already finished his masteral in civil engineering at MSU IIT. And our instructor, Princess Elenis, she is also our CCSPC alumni. She finished BSIT at CCSPC and finished his masteral at University of Southern Philippines, Davao City. Our instructor, Samuel B. Magsipok, our BSIT faculty. Engineer Dato Yusuf Tani Pangaga, BS Electrical Engineering at Notre Dame University. He is a licensed electrical engineer. Our former dean, Assistant Professor Sterling G. Sinsuat, finished his masteral at Marikina. So the next is our Information Technology Education faculty. Our chairperson, Engineer Ruwaida M. Abbas. She finished her BS Computer Engineering at AMA as magna cum laude. Finished her masteral in Information Technology at University of Southern Philippines. And she is taking her doctoral degree at AMA. So that is our BSIT chairperson. Chairperson for the BS in the Information Technology, Information System, and Computer Science. Next is, this is our Assistant Professor Montaza Abdul Ghani. She finished her master's degree in information technology and PhD doctoral degree at Malaysia. Instructor Zahara Adam, our CCSPC alumni also, our MIS staff, and she already finished her academic in master's degree at University of Southern Philippines. Instructor Al-Shoaib Ali, our IT faculty, also our MIS staff, and still his MIS are he already finished his master's degree academic. So this is Instructor Sambay A. Ali, also our CCSPC alumni, a faculty officer, our MIS staff. She finished her master's degree at University of Southern Philippines and taking her doctoral degree in information technology at AMA. Instructor Ryan S. Alim, our IT faculty. Instructor Amir Hossein S. Ahmad, our MIS director, finished his Master of Information Technology Master at University of Southern Philippines. Our engineer Alfasir J. Asaili, our IT faculty, MIS staff, and finished his Master of Information System academic at University of Southern Philippines. Instructor Delsa Bandila finished her BS Information Technology at Cotabato City State Polytechnic College as cum laude. She finished her master at University of Southern USM Kabakan. Sorry. Our instructor Marichelle H. Bantala finished her masteral at USM Kabakan and taking her doctoral degree in information technology at Laguna. Engineer Ruhana L. Basman is our computer engineer. She already finished her masteral academic at University of Southern Philippines, Kabakan. Assistant Professor Nestor L. Dandang is our MIS admin system. Our ITE faculty. So next is Instructor Anna Joy A. Haromay, our register staff, at the same time IT faculty. So Instructor Fatima K. Kasan, our IT faculty, at the same time Assistant Secretary to the CCSPC President, Dr. Sema G. Dilna. So, instructor by Irishandra S. Magilen. Her masteral degree are ongoing at CCSPC. Instructor Malaya S. Raupan, IT faculty. Her masteral degree is ongoing at USM Kabakan. Assistant Professor Anderson Rojas is our network and web admin. He finished his Doctor of Information Technology. This is our CETC Secretary, Ma'am Jorina S. Bakiri. So this is our CETC Laboratory Custodian in Charge, Sir Suarez A. Adjusalik. The last but not the least, this is our CETC students assistant, Magindali S. Ulama, a third year BS Civil Engineering student. So that is for all our CETC faculty and staff. So thank you. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Kato, for your wonderful and inspirational message. We will move on to the next message from the ARS office. But unfortunately, I got a message. I got unexpected circumstances because of equally important matter. Our ARS director was not was not able to attend this virtual orientation, but their office had provided us with a slideshow of their assigned topics. Please allow me to read it to you. Office of the Academic Related Services, coverage, school uniform, student organizations, norms of student conduct and discipline, the school uniform, Chapter 60, Article 261, prescribed school uniform, prohibited to be worn, and exemption. The prescribed school uniform for male, white polo shirt with college seal, dark parts, leather or rubber shoes, and identification card. For female, white blouse with college seal, necktie, prescribed skirt, leather or rubber shoes, identification card. This is the prescribed uniform of female and male. The following are strictly prohibited: sleeveless shirts, city shorts, slippers, tuck-in shirt for female, earrings for male. Ito yung mga bawal. No slippers and see-through. Exempted from wearing uniform, with subjects requiring field works and apprenticeships. The dean shall inform in writing the ARS and OJT. Full-time working students and pregnant students secure exemption card from ARS. Student Organization Chapter 77. Right to join and establish and registration and recognition. Right to join and establish Chapter 73, Article 361, Section 1H. The right to form, establish, join, and participate in organizations and societies recognized by the college to foster their intellectual, cultural, spiritual, and physical growth and development, or to form, establish, join, and maintain organizations and societies from purposes not contrary to law. Registration and recognition, Chapter 78, Article 340. Requirements: number 1, application letter, accomplishment report, financial statement, list of officers, list of members, constitution and bylaws, program of activities, matrix of fund utilization, advisors acceptance. Article 359, norms of student conduct and discipline, Chapter 85. Section 1, moral character. A student is imbued with moral character and possesses the following qualities when: A, he has learned to act, live, and think as a person whose values, attitudes, and convictions are in accord with the ethical norms of right reason and the accepted value and approved levels of conduct in the society where he lives. B, he is honest to himself, accepting his shortcomings, striving to improve and change. Letter C, he is fair and just in his dealing with his fellow men. Letter D, he lives by the precepts of love, justice, compassion, and concern for others. And letter E, he respects the rights of others as he would want his right to be respected. Section 2, personal discipline. A student is imbued with personal discipline and possesses the following qualities when: A, he devotes himself to the fulfillment of his obligation. B, he learns to forego the enjoyment of certain rights and privileges that other more needy may be benefited for the greater good of the society. C, he resolves the problems and conflicts without prejudicing others. Letter D, he is tolerant of others and humble to accept that there are other persons than him. E, he has developed temperance and propriety in words and in action, especially against vices. Example, gambling, drinking liquor, drugs, sexual excesses, and aberration. Letter F, right reason guides and control his life, actions, and behavior. Section 3, civic conscience and patriotism. A student is imbued with civic conscience and patriotism and possesses the following qualities when: A, he devotes himself to the growth and to the development of the Philippines, and he puts the welfare of the entire country above his personal, family, and rationalistic interests. Letter C, he respects and obeys all duly constituted authorities and laws, rules, and regulations. Letter D, he settles all disputes, problems, and conflicts through the channels provided by laws and society. And letter E, he strives to bring necessary changes through peaceful means. The Pledge of Loyalty. In consideration of my admission to the Cotabato City State Polytechnic College and of the privileges of my admission as a student of this institution, I hereby promise and pledge to abide by and comply with all the rules and regulations laid down by competent authorities of the college and of the program of which I am enrolled. Thank you. That would be the end of the presentation of the office of the ARS. Ating gala. Di pagkuha. Nag-stop dyan. Okay na dyan? Marinig na? Hello? At this juncture, we will be hearing a message from the Guidance and Testing Office to be delivered to us by no other than Ma'am Arbaya U. Ibrahim. Ma'am.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. May I know how many minutes am I allowed to present? Am I heard? Please acknowledge if I'm heard. Hello? Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am. Is it clear po?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. So my task here is to present to you the background of the services that we are offering in the Guidance and Testing Office. First of all, I would like to say my courtesies to our very own Dean of the CTC, Dr. Engineer um, Alma Sendad Cato. Of course, the our chairpersons or various chairpersons of the college, the officers of the CETC student organization, and of course all the students of our the CETC. So allow me to share my slides. Okay. So is it seen already? So our services in the Guidance and Testing Office, due to the pandemic, has been refined to fit the present situation. So before I proceed, I would like to present to you briefly the staff of the office, of course, headed by yours truly. I'm a registered guidance counselor as well as a doctoral degree holder in educational management and a psychology major holder in my bachelor's degree. And of course, we also have our guidance coordinator, Ma'am Bidura Lanta, who is a holder of BS Psychology bachelor's degree as well as an MPA, also public administration, master's in public administration. We also have our other guidance counselor registered, uh, as well as our guidance coordinator, Lourdes C. Alcazaren, and of course, our clerical staff, Fairuz A. Dalgan, who is also a psychology major graduate. So just for a brief background, we know that at present, we are confronted with various problems due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So as staff of the Guidance and Testing Office, we thought it very important to refine our various services in the Guidance and Testing Office for us to be able to deliver our services, especially now that uh, mental issues is very common. And we have now the virtual guidance and counseling programs and services, which we also call the VGCPS, which is approved by the Board of Trustees of our school. So other than that, we are very blessed to have been supported by no other than our MP, BTA MP, Attorney Rasol Mitmog, who is funding this year's implementation of the VGCPS. And maybe you cannot see it clearly, but these are the photos of the memorandum of agreement entered into by our college president with Attorney Rasol Mitmog. So to give you some ideas about the purposes of this, we have in the guidance and testing office, this is we are mandated to do such functions as to assist and guide you to your maximum development and to be able for you to recognize and make adjustments to your limitations, as well as we need to provide you students with the academic, emotional, moral, and social and vocational support in these concerns. Okay. So these are the services that we will be providing in the pandemic. And this is also designed during emergency situations. We may not foresee it may happen in the future. So allow me to present briefly each of these. First is the text or call helpline for counseling. These are the guidelines. So we have a number. Actually, if you can see the number below, uh, displayed is my number. Being a guidance counselor, just for your information, not all can provide guidance or counseling. No, our staff, all of our staff can provide guidance, for example, but not counseling because counseling has to be done by a professional who we call the registered guidance counselor. And in our office, we have two. One is yours truly. Mom, you can call me Mom Army. Okay. And Mom Lourdes is also your guidance counselor. So displayed here is my number for the text or call helpline. So uh, we will be posting this one. It's the guidelines for to inform you. When you text, you have to put this detail: your student number, your course and year, your full name, and your concern. Then we will respond to you, inshallah. And for the call, okay, if you may want to have a call, you do the same, and then you request us to have a call for you, okay? And you will be instructed what to do. So we also have the e-guidance. E-guidance utilizes a particular uh, a particular what do you call this, email ad that we are using for the e-guidance. So you can also share your problems. You are familiar with Gmail or Yahoo Mail, so you can use that. And we have this email ad here, the eguidance.ccsbc@gmail.com. So we are using several for information purposes during your enrollment. By the way, first year, you are familiar with this because you are the first to enroll or to receive your, what you call that, your exam result. So we used a different email for that. Okay, so anyhow, we will be posting the how to access these services. Okay, and you are familiar with the FB page. So you can simply type when you search CCSPC GTO for you to access to the FB page. So we also conduct virtual counseling services. So when you say virtual, of course, you're familiar with the term virtual. It's not really face to face. We make use of the phone, or we can make use of Zoom or Google Meet, but only those who are involved in the counseling. If it would be an individual, of course, with us as your counselor, and only you are counselee. But there are instances when you have common problems, for example. So we'll be inviting you, posting to for you want to join the counseling session. For example, those who have common problems that we see in your SIF. So we have observed that some of you have problems on depression, for example. So we may text you to be part of the counseling. That's the importance of SIF. Okay. So another it is a voluntary for counseling. Group counseling is voluntary, meaning we cannot force you to be part of it, but we advise you to join. Okay? So for the group guidance is there are certain issues. Maybe you're not get confronted with it. For example, uh, you might be interested to know more about depression, to know more about anxiety. So you'll be posting schedules for group guidance session. So in this, you can be part of it, but you would first register, and it is very limited. No, we cannot we cannot have more than 10. So 8 to 10 participants. And last, we also have this. If you are familiar with the support groups that we have the faculty guidance advocates, and we also have the student peer facilitators. Actually, we have recruited student peer facilitators, but because of the pandemic, we were not able to interview them. So most probably, we will interview them this coming semester online. So both our FGAs and the SPFs are trained. So we spend for their training, inshallah. Okay. By the way, so for the group guidance, we will conduct it in webinar way, like also the virtual guidance counseling development programs for FGAs and for the SPFs. Okay, this will be the last now. You are familiar with the SIF. That is very important. Some of you have not or may not have accomplished SIF. The most important about SIF is that we would be able to be aware of your needs as students. We will have backgrounds about you. Don't worry because your information will be very confidential. We assure you that no one would be able to view it except us. So, inshallah, by next semester, most probably we will be inviting others to participate in the registration for SIF. With this, we greet you good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Have a nice day. Thank you very much. If you have questions, please, I am very much, um, I welcome it if you have questions. Okay.
One question.
Yes.
You can raise your question to Ma'am Armia U. Ibrahim.
Yeah. Please tell me if I cannot be heard clearly, just in case you cannot hear me clearly.
You're clear po. So
Okay, thank you. Wala pang question? Ibig sabihin, klaro lahat? Okay. By the way, if you would, may I just say this, the MC, just
yes,
for your information, yeah. We will be framing the learning continuity plan. Actually, we have a meeting by this time. But then I need to join you. So hindi ako naka-join ngayon doon. So baka ma-modify natin na pwedeng face to face kapag urgent talaga. Kasi iba rin yung counseling na face to face at saka
yes.
online. Okay? Pero syempre health protocol. So, meron tayong counseling room diyan sa e-building sa baba. We are authorized by our good president to use it as our counseling room. So, napakagandang opportunity at saka wag nating sayangin, no? CHED is paying for guidance. So, please avail of our services.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Inshallah po.
Inshallah. Okay, siguro wala na.
Certificates. Then I would like to present to you the certificate of appreciation given to Ma'am Arbaya U. Ibrahim.
Armia, my dear.
I'm sorry.
It's
Armia
all
U.
right.
Ibrahim. Let me read the citations po.
Okay. Letter E yang my dear, ha?
Yes,
Sige lang. I-revise na lang.
Yes po, yes po.
Very nice.
Hindi ko mabasa.
Pero ako mabasa ko. It's all right. It's all right. No problem.
Republic of the Philippines, Cotabato City State Polytechnic College, College of Engineering, Technology and Computing, Sinsuat Avenue, Cotabato City. Certificate of Appreciation is hereby presented to Armia U. Ibrahim in recognition of her effort and constant support to the virtual departmental orientation with the theme CETC in the new normal adapting technology, a milestone for globalization, given this 24th day of March 2021, signed by Dato Norman D. Sandad, CETC LSG Governor, Engineer Ruwaida M. Abbas, the CETC LSG Advisor, and Engineer Alma Sandad Cato, the CETCD.
Okay. So, I will accept it. Thank you very much. Okay, love. Thank you.
So much, ma'am.
Inshallah. Yeah.
At this juncture, we will move on to the delivery, to the message coming from the college library to be delivered to us by Ma'am Baididu S. Abubakar.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Marinig ako?
Medyo
Waalaikumsalam.
mahina po. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Ma'am.
wabarakatuh.
Yes, ma'am.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, so Assalamualaikum everyone for students and the faculty of CETC. Can I share a screen for my lecture?
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam, ma'am.
Waalaikumsalam, ma'am.
Waalaikumsalam,
ma'am.
Tawagin mo doon, di ako maka-share screen. Sandali ha. Hindi, yung asawa ko hindi rin sila marunong. Sandali ha, kaya mag-share screen muna ako. Paano ito hindi ma-share screen? Parang maganda dito. Oo, hindi maka-share. Sandali lang ha. Nagahang. Saan ba yung asawa ko? Paano mag-share nito? Sandali lang kay nag-share screen ako, hindi maka-share ang screen ko. Sino kausap niya? Ay, nana. Hindi lagi maka-share. Paano ito i-share? Hindi lagi ma-share. Ako man sandako.
Napindot mo ang share it?
Share screen.
Napindot mo?
Tapos share di po ko. Dapat ano itong share. Meds, kuha na ka kuno sa MIS ha? Paano ni ka share sa screen na niya? Ay, Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Ma'am.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, so for this orientation, I have only given 3 topics to discuss. These are the validation of library IDs, borrowing and returning of books and other learning materials, and fines and sanctions for the borrowing of library materials. So I have share a screen here. Okay, number 1. Nah, hindi na magsalita. Bakit hindi nag-move? Okay. Okay, so number 1 is the validation of library IDs. For this pandemic, we have no validation for undergraduate students for this year because of the online enrollment and online classes, so that no face-to-face learning or research in the library. But when we are in the face-to-face class, for the first year transferees, you can provide one picture. So for issuance ng library ID, you can provide one by one picture, yung close up ang mukha nyo, and then yung study load nyo ipakita sa amin at saka yung steps ng enrollment para makakuha kayo ng library ID. And then, we only validate the library IDs for graduate study students because they are allowed to enter the campus during this pandemic enrollment. Maybe when we are allowed to conduct face-to-face class next semesters, that's the time we validate your library ID and we issue your library ID for first year and transferees. But the old students, hindi na kailangan dahil may library ID na sila, doon tayo mag-validate. Okay. So next topic is the borrowing and returning of books. So during this pandemic, we are not allowed the students to borrow books because all students are not allowed to enter the campus except for the graduating student during their clearance time. So lahat ng estudyante hindi po ina-allowed na magpasok except kung may mga important transaction sila sa teacher nila and then magpaalam sila doon sa guard na meron silang transaction sa teacher. And then if ever naman, kung gusto ng teacher na ipa-research yung estudyante, mag-communicate lang sa amin, i-allowed naman namin with the company of your teacher. Then we only allow the graduate study students who have library research provided they follow the health protocol guidelines. And then per CCSPC advisory, the maximum capacity of 10 students only to conduct library research at a time. So only 10 students ang allowed ng per CCSPC advisory. Pero yung 10 students na yan coming from graduate studies, hindi sa undergrad. And then, you can use these online sources para maka-research din ang estudyante natin. Pwede ninyo ito i-screenshot para magamit ninyo sa mga research ninyo. Yung URL na https://infotrack.gilgroup.com.itweb/phcspc. And then the password is wonderful. So yan, pwede nyo yan gamitin sa mga research work ninyo if ever na may mga research homework yung teacher ninyo sa inyo. Pwede kayo mag-research dyan aside from Google at saka yung sa Yahoo searching ninyo. Pwede nyo yan magamit dahil binabayaran natin yan every year, so dapat lang na magamit natin ng mga students. Okay. Next, for the fines and sanctions, these fines and sanctions are applied during face-to-face research. Hindi ngayong pandemic dahil hindi kami nagpa-fines during pandemic. Except, yung estudyante may pending borrowed book siya dito sa amin, that's the time na ipa-fines namin siya, pero in a minimal. Dahil may pandemic naman, may mga estudyante na hindi nagpa-clear sa amin dahil hindi na sila makapasok dito sa campus. Okay. Students who are not observe the rules and procedures of the library shall be. So this is applied for face-to-face learning research ito ha, hindi ngayong pandemic. First offense, she shall be subjected to the 1-week suspension from borrowing of any library materials. Second offense, he or she shall be subjected to 1 month suspension from borrowing of any library materials. And then for the third offense, students shall be debarred from using and borrowing of any library material. So, wala pa naman nakaano nitong pang third sanctions. Kasi lahat pa naman ng ating mga estudyante is law-abiding citizen. And then, during face-to-face enrollment pa naman, nagbibigay rin kami ng brochure sa rules and regulation regarding the use of the library. And then, nagbibigay rin kami ng itong URL na gagamitin natin, itong online sources natin. So, huwag kayong mag-alala. During face-to-face enrollment, lahat ay guided. Binibigyan namin ng brochures kung paano gamitin ang ating library resources para hindi maano yung bata, hindi ma-sanction. Okay, so those are the 3 topics that the LSG of CETC given to me. Okay, so that's it. Thank you very much for listening my orientation. Okay. If ever may mga katanungan kayo, pwede kayo mag-raise ng question ngayon. Okay.
Ma'am?
Yes?
Para po sa mga freshmen, like first year college po, necessary po ba na magkaroon na talaga ng ID?
For this pandemic, wala muna. Pero during magkaroon tayo ng face-to-face, let's say mga next year, na mag-face-to-face, mag-i-issue kami ng library ID sa inyo. Pero wala nang ano yon. Walang bayad. Basta makita lang namin kung kailan kayo nag-enroll. Kung naka-enroll, ang nakalagay na student ID nyo is starting 2020, 2021. So walang ano yon. Mag-i-issue kami ng libre na library ID provided kayo ang mag-provide ng 1-by-1 picture ninyo. Pero ngayong pandemic, wala tayong issuance ng library ID, wala rin tayong validation.
Okay, ma'am.
Tayo makapasok sa campus.
Yes, ma'am. Clear po, clear po. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you rin. So, meron pa? Sa mga remote natin, mga students, baka may query sila.
Sir Omar Klein and Uba.
Hello po.
Yes.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Clarification lang po, ma'am. Ngayon po, ma'am, ngayong pandemic, hindi pa po pwedeng humiram ng book.
Ngayong pandemic, hindi kami nag-a-allowed na humiram ng book yung students. Pero yung faculty ina-allowed namin na sila maghiram. Depende na sa kanila anong strategy nila, paano nila gamitin yung book sa students nila. And then if ever naman na may mga special case, yung teacher ninyo, kasi dyan sa ang problema, dyan sa guard natin, hindi kayo makapasok dyan. Sa amin, walang problema, basta makapasok kayo dito sa natin, dito sa campus, and then hindi full yung 10 persons na makapasok dito sa library, pwede kayo mag-library work. Provided yung teacher ninyo ang mag-ano kasi, ang ano is nasa 20. Kung 20 up, allowed yun na papasok dito sa campus. Pero kung below, ano kayo, below 20 yung edad, hindi pa pwede dahil may pandemic pa tayo.
Okay. Kasi may initials, may sinend sa amin ng teacher namin na ito yung itsura na magiging libro na gagamitin natin. So in case na makapasok po, let's say belong ako dun sa 10 person na pwedeng pumasok sa or nakapasok sa school,
campus.
Pwede po ba akong humiram?
Hindi, pwede ka humiram, sir, pero inside reading lang. Pwede ka magpa-photocopy
Okay.
or picturean mo through gamit yung cellphone mo, pero yung ilabas mo sa campus, hindi pwede
pwede.
dahil
Okay.
wala tayong assurance kailan naman kayo papasukin ulit dito sa campus natin.
Opo. Okay.
Pwede kayong pumasok, pero inside reading lang. Kahit hanggang alas 5, pwede kayo dito, provided yung health protocols natin, naka-face mask kayo, and then
Yes po.
allowed kayo sa security natin.
Yun lang po, ma'am. Thank you po talaga, ma'am.
Okay, welcome.
Jazakallah khairan.
Yes, po. Yes, po. So far, wala na po bang question?
Baka wala na. Anyway, kung mag-face-to-face man tayo, nagbibigay rin kami ng brochures para sa rules and regulation ng library.
Yes, ma'am. So I would like to present to you the certificate of appreciation given to Ma'am Baididu S. Abubakar. Let me read the citation again.
Okay, thank you very much.
Cotabato City State Polytechnic College, College of Engineering, Technology and Computing, Siswat Avenue, Cotabato City. Certificate of Appreciation is hereby presented to Ma'am Baididu S. Abubakar in recognition of her effort and constant support to the virtual departmental orientation with the theme CETC in the new normal, adopting technology, a milestone for globalization, given this 24th of March 2021, signed by Dato Norman Lisendat, CETC LSG Governor, the Engineer Waida M. Abbas, CETC LSG Advisor, and Engineer Almas Sendat Kato, the CETC. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yung presentation. Please turn on your camera for the attendance. Mag-screenshot muna. Shabay? View standard. Sir Elias. Mag-present na ng video.
Pa, kaya sobrang hirap din. Tapos all throughout, bago siya sumala, kailangan
Bash, okay na? So please turn on your camera for the meantime for us to screenshot po. May mag-camera. May camera pa. Snipping tool daw. Una lang para may maano. Boss, Jamira. Opo. This juncture, we will move forward to the message coming from the medical dental clinic office to be delivered by Rosalinda Perez Camis. Ma'am.
Assalamualaikum everyone. Marinig niyo po ako?
Yes, ma'am. Waalaikumsalam, ma'am. Good morning po.
Assalamualaikum everyone. In behalf of Dr. Kamid, since she's not around, I, your school nurse, Dayanara Garcia, will present to you the medical and dental services policies and services. Okay, now I will share my screen. Makita ang screen niya, ma'am? Hindi po.
Yes, ma'am. Alhamdulillah, nakikita po.
Okay. Okay naman. Okay. Makita na, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For medical dental health services, prepared by yours truly.
Ayan. Dalawang gadget gamit mo. I-off mo yung
Yes.
isa. I-off mo yung cellphone mo. Kung may laptop ka.
I-off,
Kaya naka-echo.
Mambay.
Nag-echo ang ano mo.
Nag-echo.
Oo, kailangan naka-off ang isang gadget dyan.
I-off mo daw, Steve. Wait lang po.
Off lang ang con. I-mute mo ba? Mute. Yan.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay na po. Sir Ed. Narinig. Okay. Marinig na?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I will start. So, let me introduce to you first the staff in the Medical Dental Health Services Office. So, this is Dr. Rosalinda Perez Camid. She's our school dentist and at the same time, the head of our college clinic. And this man, Marcelito B. Caragay, our school physician, visiting physician only. He is only available every Wednesday, once a week lang. Pero yung schedule niya, pwede magbago, depende sa schedule niya sa hospital. And then, ako po, Diana Rabi Garcia, your school nurse. Then we have Miss CTS Panegas. She is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Nursing, our clinic aide. For our clinic policy, number 1, our medical and dental services are free. Lahat po ng gamot at mga serbisyo na binibigay namin, mga treatment po namin ay libre. Basta po available dito sa clinic. Then all the employees and students can avail our medical and dental health services. All medical and dental records are kept confidential. Ang nakakaalam lang po niyan, yung pasyente at yung nurse at yung doktor na umasikaso sa inyo. All medical clearances secured from the medical college physician must be done at least 2 weeks prior to the said activity. Itong mga clearances, example for mga OJT, for field trips, itong letter nyo, mag-inform po tayo sa physician 2 weeks prior to the activity para maayos niya po ang schedule niya since visiting physician lang po siya sa atin. Then for medical services and activities, number 1, we conduct routine medical consultation among students and employees, both regular and job orders, prescribing and issuing medications to all who sought medical consultations, rendering emergency medical treatment, conducting and issuing medical certification to several students for their medical clearance, on-the-job training, and educational field trips, conducting seminars regarding health awareness, referring clients with severe conditions to higher center. Pag hindi na po kaya i-manage dito sa ating clinic, i-refer na po natin sa higher center like sa CRMC. Okay, then we also provide medical assistance to students during sports activities, during sa mga mass, sa mga Intramural 19 precautionary measures and infection control, providing online health examination and teleconsultations to students. Since wala masyadong estudyante na nakakapasok sa school, wala ring face-to-face classes, konti lang din ng students na nakaka-avail ng aming services. So, para maka-avail kayo ng services natin, pwede kayo mag- and dental health services, pwede kayo mag-message doon para may privacy kayo kung ano yung mga concerns nyo, then pwede kami mag-provide ng gamot, ipakuha nyo lang sa kamag-anak nyo. Providing health treatment, yun na. Tapos doon sa page namin, doon din kami nag-update ng mga health awareness about sa iba't ibang klase ng sakit. For the dental services and activities, performing dental examination to students, faculty, and staff of the college, performing tooth extraction when needed, prescribing medicines to those who saw medical consultation, and rendering dental clearance when needed. And also, for number 4, conducting health teaching regarding proper dental hygiene. So may dentist din po tayo, may physician po tayo, mayroon po tayong dentist. Kaya i-avail po natin yan kasi libre lang po ito lahat. That's all. Thank you. If you have any question, you can raise now. Hello. Paano ba ito? Hello? Paano pa ito stop share? Hello? Any question po?
Open forum for those who have concerns.
Hello? Mahina ang sound mo.
From the Medical Dental Clinic office.
Any questions? Wala na pong questions. I think it's clear.
So I would like to present the certificate of appreciation to Ma'am Rosalinda Perez Camil from Medical Dental Clinic.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Sila na mag-share screen. Oo, sila ang nag-share nito. So, wala nang
Tapos na. Oo, wala na. Okay na.
Ay, hindi ko pala pinaan.
Okay, sir. Thank you po.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. We will. Si Sir Bukia. At this moment, we will be hearing some message from the SPEED office to be delivered by Professor Edgar A. Bukia. Sir.
Okay, good morning and assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Salam, sir.
Okay. Nakita na? Wala pa?
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Nakita ng screen ko?
Yes po.
Okay. So, wala nga. Ano pa ba? Wala nga. I-move itong kuan. Yan. Okay na yan? Nakita na?
Yes po.
Wala akong monitor. Okay na? Nakikita nyo?
Yes po, sir.
Okay. So, slides ko lang ha para mas clear. Yan. Okay na?
Yes.
So good morning once again and assalamualaikum. So this morning I'll be going to discuss what are those services offered from the SPEED. There are some students are confusing the word SPEED. Sometimes they are going to write the word SPEED, but SPEED it is an acronym, means Sports Physical Education and Extension Development Office. So this is an acronym wherein it comprises some important details, not only in sports, but also on physical education and extension activities of the school or different colleges. So the rationale. So the SPEED office main tasks are to serve the needs of the CCSPC students, student athletes, varsity teams that provide sports programs and services through education and sports competitions, as well as the sports and physical fitness activities or programs of the faculty and staff of the college. Dali lang ha, dali lang. Pwede man tayo sandali. Meron pa akong share sa webinar. Antayin nyo lang ako mga 10 minutes. Ano yun? Dali lang, dali lang. Okay. Okay lang dyan. Okay na?
Yes, sir. You may proceed po.
Okay. The services offered by the SPEED office, number one is conduct intramural and extramural activities. So when we say intramural, it is an activities, sports activities conducted in the school campus, and extramurals, those are activities conducted outside the school campus, related only on sports activities. The next is conduct student athletes training for competition, because here we are not saying the word varsity players, but we are using, because of the gender sensitivity, so that is why we are going to use the word student athletes for varsity players. So we will conduct student athletes training for competitions. In preparation, that is when we say competition, it is done outside the school campus. Another one, faculty and staff sports activities, wherein during the foundation day, the SPEED office provided the sports program activities for the faculty and staff, and they are going to play basketball, they are going to play volleyball, and so on and so forth. But this year, because of the pandemic, we have only limited sports activities for faculty and staff. We conducted only badminton tournament, 3-point shootout, and free throw for women. At the same time, fitness and wellness activities of the CCSPC students, faculty, and staff. But because of the health protocols, that is why we are now doing this fitness and wellness activities. Kasi pag nagsobra sa number of participants, so the city government will give us some letters na providing na we need to involve some health protocols. Then, so the SPEED office or CCSPC in general is affiliated to different sports organization. So number one sports organization is MAST. So it stands for Mindanao Association of State Tertiary Schools, wherein all student athletes qualified to play for that particular games are allowed to play during the MAST games within Mindanao. So there are 6 region comprises the MAST. Region 9, Region 10, Region 11, Region 12, Caraga, and BARM region. So because it is called MAST. So all participants are coming from the state colleges and universities only. So private school is not allowed to join because it is an association of state tertiary schools in Mindanao. The other one is the national level competition. It is a SQAA, State Colleges and Universities Athletic Association. So after the MAS, there will be a national SQAA. So the competition is by region. So here our students athletes qualified to participate in the SQAA are happy that they can go places without spending their own money. Like for example, when we played last time at Tuguegarao City, so all our student athletes from CCSPC first time to ride airplane, so mga ignorante. So we cannot question on that. We had experienced that one of our athletes during the takeoff of the airplane at Awang, tumayo, and then the flight attendant give an instruction that they are not allowed to stand up if the plane do the takeoff. Ano? Dito pa siya po. Bakit mo? Dahil nga. Kasi sandali narinig, okay na? Hello?
Yes po, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir, the third one is the National Association of All State Colleges and Universities in the Philippines, and that is called PASO. Then the fourth one, affiliated sports organization is the Philippine Sports Commission, wherein some of our coaches here in the school are attending seminars about coaching conducted by the Philippine Sports Commission. And the other one, wherein latest affiliation of our sports, the school is the Bangsamoro Sports Commission at the BARM. Actually, this Bangsamoro Sports Commission was already established during the time of ARMM, and it was being headed now by a BARM officials. So the BARM Sports Commission conducted sports activities not only for the students in elementary, high school, and college, at the same time for the professionals or different organizations. Okay, next. This time, because of the pandemic, we did not recruited athletes who will become a member of a certain varsity teams. But I will present to you what are those requirements. So CCSPC student athletes recruitment and varsity teams. Who can apply? Number one, an athlete of top caliber who is willing to serve by being an active regular member of a varsity sports team for 4 or 5 years as stipulated in the handbook, a student handbook. If you are a varsity player, you are required only to have 4 years to 5 years playing. So age is from either you are 18 years old up to 26 years old. Because of the merong nadagdag na senior high school, so ang edad idadagdagan. So qualified from first year college up to fifth year college, be sure that your age is below 26 years old. So beyond 26 years old and above, you are not allowed to become a varsity players in our school. Then number two, willing to submit to the academic requirements through admission and retention policy of the college. Like for example, in CETC, if you want to enroll in civil engineering, industrial technology, and industrial and information system, information system courses, computer science, each department of CETC are having their own retention policy. So even if you are a student athlete, you are not only allowed to play during the game because you are going to have a requirement. So before you will become a student athlete player here in our campus, so be sure that you complied all the needed requirements. Number three is willing to submit willing to submit the Constitution and bylaws of the MAS and SQUA competition because there is what we call laws and regulation to be followed. So kung ang edad mo ay beyond doon sa requirement, kung mag-doktor ang sports director, pag nahuli doon, mapahiya ang school. Kasi bakit? For example, ang mukha ko ay pang 20 years old pero ang age ko are 35. So naturally, if you are a sports director, be sure that you are not allowed to play during the competition. So that is the requirement. So yung pwedeng mag-apply. Next, for freshman student athletes. So first year. So you need to fill out information sheet from the SPEED office. Number two requirement, CCSPC CACI result with a standard result of 3 and above. So if 3 is pwede pang magpasok sa school, so yun doon tayo mag-base. But if the standard, for example, requirement is 4 and above, so wala tayong magagawa. Dito, binabaan ko lang yung average. Xerox copy of grade 12 high school card with weighted average of at least 80% or above. Last time, kumuha kami ng pasado, 75, 79. Pag compete outside, there is a problem about the behavior. So, mas maganda na strict tayo sa average and at the same time behavior. That is why you need to have a good moral character in your high school. Certificate, number 4, certificate of athletic achievements from your former high school coach. Then Xerox copy of birth certificate through Philippine Statistics Authority. And number 6 requirement is a good moral character. For transferees, student athletes, you need to submit only a Xerox copy of official transcript of records, honorable dismissal, and good moral certificate from where you last attended school. Number 2, there is also a result, CACI result, with standard result of 3 or above, and Xerox copy of birth certificate from PSA. So what are the sports events here in the CCSPC? So these sports events are the same events that are played during the mass games and SQUA games. So number 1, athletics men and women. So ito na yung track and field. Athletics men and women. Harness men and women, badminton men and women, baseball men, basketball men and women comprises into 2 categories, the 5-on-5 on 3x3. because 3x3, I am proud to announce to the students that we are the champion on 3x3 during the last mass games at Camigen province. Tayo ang champion doon. Beach volleyball, we have also placed second runner-up for men and women. Then we have chess men and women, football men, futsal for women only. Sepak takraw men, and today we included women. So then taekwondo men and women, volleyball men and women, softball women. So if the pandemic is being, if we have face-to-face classes, probably we can recruit players in order to play or represent our school with. It will depend in your skills and the skills and talent of playing specific sports. Reminders, you are not allowed to apply to become a varsity student athletes if you do not have experience in playing different sports in any tournament, because sometimes basic yung skills, mag-apply siya dito, then pag nakuha, hindi na siya mag-training. So, kailangan. But, I will encourage also students who wants to become a member of a particular team, even if that particular player is a first-timer, as long as that first-timer player have dedication to his or her events during the training in order to qualify to be a member of the team during the mass, squad games, and other invitational games. So that's all. Thank you for listening, and wassalam also. Any questions? Do you have any questions? Jericho, may question ka, Jericho? Akala ko graduate na yan si Jericho Asal. Buhay pa pala yan?
Sir, graduate na ako, sir, sa NDU.
Anong course mo?
Second course ko dito, sir.
Ano? Engineering?
Engineering po.
Okay, sige. Wala tayong magawa doon. Okay, so you are not qualified. So, for example, that is a question. Even if your age is qualified to play, but if you graduated another course, so hindi ka na pwedeng maglaro to represent our school, but you can play during intramurals. But when you say, sir, I am qualified to play during the mass and squad games, you are not qualified because you graduated already. So,
sir, 20 years old pa man ako, sir.
Kahit na. Yun ang policy sa mass and squad. If a student athlete wants to play during the mass and squad, pero pag nakagraduate ng college, that particular student is not allowed to play or qualified to play. Okay? Any question? Sa intramurals natin, no age limit because that is why it is called intramurals, because it involves camaraderie, sportsmanship coming from other departments. So, pero that is why if that particular player committed violations during the intramurals, that player will be suspended based on the recommendation from the ARS office also and the speed office. So kung gumawa siya, nagsuntukan siya during the intrams, ginawa niya ng athlete, so hindi na siya pwedeng maglaro during the intramurals, so not qualified to play. Sanction is very important. At the same time, behavior of an athlete. So, sir, thank you very much. I think they do not have questions.
Sir, may question pa po from Facebook Live.
Sige, pakibasa lang.
Ang sabi niya daw po may lawn tennis.
Yes. We have tennis. I forgot to include. We have tennis. So, mas maganda pag matapos na ang pandemic, kasi we will renovate the tennis court. So the tennis court will be renovated after the fasting. So probably on May. So if you observe, if that students visited the school campus, we have one tennis court at the ground. So it will be renovated probably after fasting.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so pakitanong lang anong age niya, anong naabot niya. Immediately pag qualified naman yung edad, pwede siya maging member ng team sa tennis. But the problem, the individual events are played team events. Like for example, badminton, table tennis, tennis, it is played a team event. So even if ikaw lang isa, kulang ka ng tatlo, hindi rin tayo pwede mag-represent sa school. Kailangan 4 din yun. So, yon. Okay, other questions? Baka may mga question pa dyan sa chat box.
Sir, may basketball girls po?
Yes, we have basketball. Meron man doon nakasulat, basketball men and women. But I tried because last time we participated the basketball women during the mass game. But the problem is we have problem on the height because other schools basketball women team are totally tall. That is why we focus on the 3x3 women. Doon tayo nag-champion during the mass kasi pabilisan man kasi ang 3x3. Hindi naman siya kailangan mag-guard for how many minutes. Meron lang, basta makaabot lang siya ng 21 points. Meron siyang time limit na more than 10 minutes. So less than that, score na ang basihan. So paliksihan. That is why we have recruited players coming from Department of Education and they are here. Ang problema, third year college na sila. So magpo-fourth year na, baka pa mag-pandemic next year. So hindi na sila makalaro. So yun bang sayang na the last mass game was held at Camiguin and then the national squad game supposed to be held in Bicol University at Legazpi City. That's the time na nag-pandemic tayo 2019. So napurnada yung sakay nila ng eroplano.
Sayang.
Sayang.
Sir, ano po ang qualified na height?
Wala naman, hindi na natin sinasabi. Pero mas maganda, 5'3 and above or kung 4'11 ka, pwede siguro kung point guard. Pero babae, 4'11 or 5, the better. Mas maganda. Kung higher, mas mataas, pag natatangkad pa dyan, pwede. Pero
Sir,
if you have this...
Okay lang.
Ha?
6 foot, sir. Okay lang po.
I am proud na we have 6-footer basketball women player.
Grabe katangkad. 6 foot.
No problem. Kung ang height mo ay 6 foot ka, ay punta ka sa speed ka. Magbaon ka ng bola araw-araw. Kawawa si Jericho dyan. Asal. Si Jericho is only, ano yung height Jericho? 5?
5'5", sir.
Ha?
5'5".
Wow, tumangkad na pala siya. Okay. Okay. Any question?
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Binigay yata ng estudyante. Sino ka lang magpapit?
Sir.
Hi.
May Ernest po dyan?
Merong Ernest ako nasulat.
Sige po.
So we have Ernest. Last time, it is the first time that CCSPC joined the Ernest competition at Camiguin. So they got bronze medals during the Ernest competition. That is why I started already asking the administration to provide Ernest equipment for those Ernest players who will join the CCSPC as student varsity athletes.
Sir, I am Ernest player since elementary.
Saan ka nag-graduate ng high school?
Sa RVM po, sir. Kaso, sir, wala. Pero sa Brose, dyan po sa Brose, dyan po, sir, nakagraduate ng elementary. Ernest player po, sir.
Okay.
And then, sir, nakabatang Pinoy rin po ako.
Okay lang. So, if the pandemic na wala na, then you can visit the office and then try to look at me so that we will try to evaluate the level of performance. So, mas maganda yung mga players na nandyan sa bahay because you are not allowed to go out. So, it's better to continue doing the skills of what you love in order that by the time pwede na mag face-to-face, so during the tryout, nandoon pa rin yung skills. Lalo na sa level ninyo. Do not do more on the ML, the other things. If you're a player, try to involve fitness. Yun ang ginagawa ng mga professional players today. Kahit nasa bahay sila, they conducted their own workout. Kung Ernest player ka, the more that you will practice how to use the stick and how to use the different equipment in playing Ernest in order that to become good players someday. Do not stop doing your skills. Okay?
Sir,
Ah,
may I answer? How
yes.
about sports po, esports?
Ano no?
Esports po, sir.
Esports, esports was introduced during our national meeting sa PASOK, but there are a lot of presidents reacted about esports because the reason behind is the students now will not concentrate in their study, but instead they will concentrate in esports activities. But hopefully next bigyan sila ng knowledge what is esports all about. Probably papayag ang mga president ng SUCS kasi lahat ng sports activities na i-represent namin during our meeting ng mga sports directors sa national level, it will be approved by the PASOK president, yung president ng Batangas State University. So lahat ng mga SUC president. So kung anong proposal ng mga sports director, ang mag-approve niyan lahat mga president ng SUCs.
Pero po sir, sa intramurals po may esports po.
Hindi ako nag-ano ng esports, but it will depend on the SSG. Last time, the SSG officers during the entrance included esports as part of the activities. Ngayon sana ang foundation, I suggested to the SSG officers that they will conduct esports activities during the foundation day. I do not know why is it that it was not materialized by the SSG officers. Pero billiard, hopefully if we can look for a billiard player, pwede na tayong mag-billiard. Kung may billiard player tayo na makita, pero yung billiard player na hindi araw-araw sa bilyaran, yung kailangan papasa siya sa subject niya. Kasi class, ang tawag pa niyan, ang student athlete, you need to comply what are those requirements from the school. Example, billiard player ka pero ang kurso mo ay civil engineering. Merong quota na grade ang civil engineering. If you will get 3.0 grade, probably you will be advised to shift or to other program kasi ang grade mo sa mga CE subject mo ay 3.0. So, yung word na retention policy is very important even if you are also a student athlete that represents the school. I am proud to say that there are a lot of players coming from CETC, not only on sports but on the socio-cultural aspects. The quiz ball represented, Engineer Borhana Katak is our national representative during her days sa quiz ball. So we are proud na ang engineering CETC students are not on the numbers but not on their academic side but more on last intramurals, the champion is CETC. Di ba? Kung na-remember nyo yung 2019 natin na intramurals, ang overall champion is CETC. Kasi malaki na kasulat dyan sa building ng CETC, home of the champion, parang main campus ba? Doon, sinulat nila. Kaya nga, you need to be proud of the leaders in your college, from the dean, from the program heads, faculty and staff of the CETC, that they will not focus only also on the academic side, but they focus also on the intramural side and extramural activities. So, another question.
Gusto ko sana sumali volleyball, sir.
No problem. Pag meron na tayo.
Badminton po ba?
Meron tayong badminton. Nandoon man, naka-enumerate man kanina sa mga presented ko na mga sports events. Volleyball, yun kasi ang panglaban ng school, volleyball, taekwondo, 3x3.
Badminton, sir.
Badminton, pwede. Sige
Sir,
na.
taekwondo.
Meron. We have good players in taekwondo that makakuha pa ng mga medals during National Squad Games. Ang dami dito sa ating school. We have a tie-up. We have a tie-up gym doon sa Awang, yung kay Sir Bitita. So doon kami pumupunta if we prepare for squad games and mass games.
Sir, may age limit po ba ang taekwondo?
As I said a while ago, that the age limit is below 26 years old.
20. Okay po.
So, but meron siyang age limit, but there is also a requirement kung kailan ka nag-graduate ng high school. Kasi merong iba na nag-graduate ng high school, sobra na doon sa requirement, kahit mababa pang edad niya sa below 26 pa siya, hindi na siya qualified to play. There are a lot of requirements. So kung hindi pwede dito kay matagalan tayo. So if by that time mag-try out, doon na ipakita kung ano-ano yung mga requirements to become a student at IDS in CCSPC.
Sir, yung 21 sir, magkasali sa taekwondo po.
Oh, basta below 26 years old you can join. Okay.
Ano po yung requirements niya, sir, kung magsali sa taekwondo?
Based doon sa ni-present ko kanina, naturally, if you're a first year students, kung nakapasok naman kayo sa CCSPC ngayon, so we will follow what are those requirements. Kung renewal, pagiging varsity player, naturally, failing grade is not allowed. For example, last per semester, example, ngayong darating na second semester, pag physical na tayo next year, so we can recruit student athlete. Pag meron kang 5 doon sa second semester mo na isa, then that's the time that you are not allowed to become a member of the team. Kailangan walang 5, pasado lahat ang grade. Yun ang aking target talaga sa school. Na lahat, hindi lang players na maglaro lang, after laro, mag-stop mag-aral. Kundi, nung una, yung mga varsity dito are scholars. So, doon nakagraduate sila ng dahil sa kanilang athletic scholarship na provided by the school. So, si Engineer King Kali is part of that. Si Engineer King, sa athletics naman siya. Okay, nasa CETC siya ngayon. Okay, any question?
Last question.
Okay, last question.
Any last question? Wala na.
Wala na. So, thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
I would like
welcome.
to present the certificate of appreciation to Sir Professor Edgar A. Bukia for rendering his time and effort. Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
The next part of our program is the message coming from the Socio-Cultural Office to be delivered by Sir Faisal B. Munal. Sir? Since wala si Sir Munal, we will move on to the next part. The academic policies of our department. It is divided into three courses. The civil engineering to be delivered by Engineer Muin S. Silan. Sir? Sir Silan.
Hello?
Yes, sir. You may proceed po.
Okay, my courtesy to the official dam of the CETC, headed by our very own, very supportive and very resourceful Dean, Dr. Almacato. and to our guests for this CETC student orientation. And of course, our dear transferees, shifters. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. So I just want to present here a few important ano na nami-meet natin minsan during the enrollment, during the evaluations. So ngayon na lalo na sa evaluation, pagdating na sa fifth year or fourth year, so doon nagdating yung mga problems. So kailangan dito sa orientation sa first year natin, kailangan malaman nila lahat kung ano ba yung kinakailangan na dapat nilang gawin. So my presentation here is somewhat, ewan ko lang kung meron ba kayong nakuha ngayon na student manual. So kinuha ko lang doon sa mga important na kailangan natin ma-remember at malaman ng ating mga first year or the new students doon sa manual, yung student manual. Okay. So start with Bismillah, Alhamdulillah for having this. Calendar, second semester calendar, academic calendar. On February 22, 2021 is the class beginning of the undergraduate students. And then on April 10, so April 7 to 9, 2021, the preliminary examination for the undergraduate students. And for May 19, 2021, a midterm exam for the undergraduate students. And June 16, 18, 2021, the final examination for the graduating students. So, June 30 ang final evaluation for the candidates for the graduation. No? So June 30, July 21, 2021, the final exam for the undergrad, non-graduating student. No? And then sa June 14, 2021, baccalaureate service and recognition program. And of course, July 15, 2021, the 92nd commencement exercises. So this is some of the important dates na remember natin. No? Yun lang pinaka-importante na kinuha ko lang yung ano natin dito. Marami pang yung mga ano, pero ito yung sa academic. So kailangan natin ano natin itong mga date na ito. Even hindi masabi na kagaya nitong February 22, 2021 is the class beginning. So hindi lang masyado, hindi naka-start ka agad on that. So may mga somewhat, okay? But ito yung nasa calendar, academic calendar natin for this year 2021. Sa section 2, no? Article of this, hindi ko natakpan kasi ng ano, slides ko. So sa section 2, so the academic year shall be divided into 2 semesters of at least 18 weeks. So each of, or that is equivalent to 54 inclusive for the registration and final examination period. So a summer session of 6 weeks. That coursework may summer. So meron tayong equivalent of 1 million be followed at the second semester or after the second semester. So ibig sabihin that kailangan natin maano yung 18 weeks, no? Or that is the 54 hours in one semester. So kung halimbawa hindi natin ma-meet, no, hindi natin na yung 18 weeks dahil somewhat may mga sa section 5, magkaroon ng make-up classes shall be held in the lieu of class hour due to fortuitous event, I mean somewhat an accident event, such as the typhoons and earthquake or somewhat itong pandemic, no? So kung hindi natin magamit yung 18 weeks, kulang yung 18 weeks natin, so pwede tayong magkaroon ng make-up class. So another is the Article 241 sa dismissal of the classes. So sa mga faculty, ibigay sa atin yung kung ano yung naibigay na load, yung faculty load. So the same din yung face-to-face sa paggamit natin doon sa time na nagbibigay sa atin. So accordingly sa Article 241 sa dismissal or of the class, so Section 1, so kinakailangan ang classes may be dismissed 10 minutes before scheduled time to give ample time for students from one room to building to another. Ang ano dito is during sa face-to-face ito. Pero kung iano natin ngayon sa online, halimbawa, natin yung ample time na maka-prepare tayo for the another class natin. No? Lalong-lalo na kung minsan ganito, may mga problem sa connection. Kung halimbawa, online Zoom class ang ginagamit natin. So kailangan magbigay tayo ng time na i-dismiss natin yung class natin. Kasi kung ano yung ibigay sa atin na faculty load, yun din ang time na gagamitin natin. Halimbawa, sa flexible learning sa online, so kung ano yung time na ibigay, so yun ang gagamitin din natin na time. No? So according to the Article 241, the dismissal class in section 1. So kailangan na i-dismiss natin yung class natin 10 minutes before the scheduled time of the ano.
Wala Sir Silas. Sir Silas. So, ang gulo magin. Sir Sila, na-cut po yung presentation niyo po. Silad. Sir Silad. So since Sir Silad is not yet responding, we will proceed to the academic policies under the IT program to be delivered by Engineer Waida M. Abbas. Ma'am? Sir Silad. Ano dito, Sir Silad? Sir? Sir Silad. Pag-i-unmute na lang po. Ano to? Pag-i-unmute, sir.
Hello.
Sir, you may proceed po.
Okay, sandali ako lang yung kuhan. Okay na? Okay na? Nakita na yung slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, dito tayo sa ano. Okay. So sa dismissal. So ang ibig sabihin ng section 1 is kung ano yung schedule time na nabigay sa faculty. So kailangan mag-end siya within 10 minutes bago mag-another schedule. So the class, kung halimbawa naman sa section 2, the class may be dismissed if after the 15 minutes ang wala pa yung instructor nyo within 15 minutes, so pwede nang mag-dismiss naman yung class. So that is the section 2 of the article 2. So another article from the student manual, section 2, is no faculty member shall change class schedule unless otherwise authorized by the dean concerned or his authorized representative. So kung ano talaga yung ibigay na faculty load, ano yung time, so yun din niya mabago yun unless na mayroong concern yung dean. So sa Article 245, the operational academic policies. So dito sa operational academic policies, so section 1, somewhat dito sa pag-evaluate, marami rin nakuha dito, no? Medyo na-meet din natin ang mga problems dito sa about the transfer credit of subjects. So pag-evaluate, no? Sa pag-evaluate sa mga transferees. So the transfer credit of subject, the subject under 2-year non-degree program will not be given credit in degree program. No? Kung galing ka sa 2-year non-degree program, yung mga subject mo is hindi credited doon sa degree program. Except yung sorry, subject like PE, the MS or the technical subject, social sciences. No? So this does not apply in a 2-year program towards the ladderized program. So yun, pag transfer ka, nagaling ka sa 2-year non-degree program, so hindi not be given credit in degree program. Kung halimbawa nasa degree program ang pasukan mo. So sa section 2 naman, subject with different descripted. So dito rin sa mga evaluators natin, tingnan natin din yung mga pag-evaluate natin sa mga subject kung kailan o pwede ba siya mag-credit. So sa section 2, accordingly, the subjects with different descriptive titles, but semantically the same in content, should be given credit, provided the number of units of the subject is the same. So meron tayong somewhat na ano dito na kung sa halimbawa yung sa galing siya sa industrial technology, yung drawing niya, no, na parang na-meet namin ito, yung drawing niya, nung first year siya is galing siya sa industrial technology, so ibig sabihin, degree program yon. So, hindi na niya kinuha pagka-second sem, pag-ship niya, dahil sa ang descriptive title naman ng drawing sa yung sa engineering is the same din yung descriptive title. So dito naman is kahit difference siya, pero semantically somewhat the same yung content ng subject, so be given credit. So kaya ngayon yung drawing, pag ship niya, hindi na niya kinuha yung drawing niya dahil sa galing siya sa 4-year degree program. So parang nagkaroong problema na kailangan sa evaluator na yon ang ano niya is ipakuha niya uli yung drawing. So siguro titingnan natin itong section na ito, that ito siya different pag aning sinabi dito, no? Subject with different descriptive title. So yung drawing na yun na sinabi ko, yung first year na yun na drawing niya sa IT siya is Sir Bataga ang instructor niya. So pagdating sa CE, si Bataga ba din ang, Sir Bataga din ang drawing. So the same din yung ituturo ni Sir Bataga sa industrial, doon din sa CE na drawing. So kaya nga semantically the same in content. So siguro makredit na yun siya na din na niya pwedeng i-re-enroll yun. Kasi galing man din sa 4-year course. No, yung degree, yung drawing niya. However, if the number of the unit is not the same, kung ang unit ang hindi the same, so the student must take the subject again. So medyo bigyan din natin ng pansin itong section 2 doon sa pag-evaluate natin sa subject, no, sa transferees natin. So section 3 sa Article 245, students should graduate in the appropriate curriculum where they belong. Hence, they must not be affected by the revised curriculum. So meron din tayong problem dito. Pero yung ano natin, yung mga siguro yung naabutan ng revised natin is mga 4th year ngayon sila ata. So meron pa silang na old curriculum din ang ma-follow nila. So dito, sa section 3, the student should graduate in the appropriate curriculum where they belong. Hence, they must not be affected by the revised curriculum. So another article, so section 2, currently enrolled in the college is to cross-register register in other school may be permitted to do so, subject to the following conditions. So, minsan may problema tayo dito ngayon, sa lalo na sa mga graduating natin, na mayroong mga deficiencies na hindi talaga nila pwede makuha sa dito sa So, pwedeng kung halimbawa pwede niyang makuha sa ibang school, so permitted siya to do so. So, subject to the following condition, na kailangan that there is an immediate need for the cross-registration to clear out his academic deficiencies. So such as the case of the graduating student. Another one is that the subject is not offered in the college. And the third one is that shall not conflict with his own schedule. Kung hindi mag-conflict yung schedule na dito, so pwede siya magkuha ng subject or ang tawag natin doon is cross-register, magkuha ng subject doon sa ibang school. No? Permitted to do so. Provided na itong condition ito is meron siya. So, the next is the Article 252, the student academic load. So dito rin, medyo naroon natin na experience natin during this enrollment na may mga estudyante na gusto nila na dagdagan yung load. No? Ang ibig sabihin dito sa Article 252, student academic load, every year, every level, so every sem, mayroon nakalagay doon sa prospectus na hanggang saan lang yung sobra doon. Kasi kung magsobra ka doon, overload. So ganun din, yung na-experience natin doon na gustong mag-add dahil may mga back subject sila. Pero mag-overload na siya doon sa given every semester na load. No? Sa kailangan student. So section 4, a regular student shall carry a load of not more than the number of units of a semester, no? Or the curriculum year and a program in which he is classified. So this regulation shall also apply to the student with back subject except those students whose back subject are PE and Arabic. However, a graduating student may be granted an overload not exceeding 3 units for non-lab subjects or 5 units for lab subject for a semester. So if it is needed to clear out his academic deficiencies. So upon recommendation by the dean, chairman, and provided further that it shall not violate the existing rules and regulation of the institution concerned. So yun, kung ano yung allowed lang na load sa halimbawa first year, second year, ngayon second sem. So every level meron sa I think sa ano ngayon is 24 sa fourth year. Okay. So hindi na pwede maglampas. Kung ano lang is kung graduating ka, so pwede kang granted ka na mag-overload ka not exceeding 3 units. For non-lab. Kung may lab, 5 units. Okay? So sa baka meron kayong mga basa-basahin lang ninyo yung mga sama articles or sections sa student section 12A. So yung sa ito is about sa sa grading system. So yung section 12A all about those INC. So a student with a mark of INC is made to complete this requirement within 1 year. No, otherwise the student is automatically given a failing marks. Okay. So ito rin yung marami ring problema na-encounter natin is ditong about sa INC, lalo yung mga first year. So ang pagkakalam nila sa INC, so pag bigay sa kanila ng INC form, tapos binigyan sila ng yung instructor nila ng grade doon sa INC form, so hindi nila lagi forward yung INC. Gi-keep na lang nila yung kasi na na-accomplish na niya. The problem is wala siyang record doon sa Dean's office at saka sa register kasi hindi nila lagi forward. Ang akala nila is na bibigyan na sila ng grade, yun na, keep na form nila. So hindi nila lagi forward. So mangyari na nagdating na lumampas doon sa 1 year, so nagkaroon ng lapse na supposed to be hindi yun siya nag-lapse kasi na-accomplish niya na hindi pa siya nag 1 year. Kaya lang doon ang sa kanya na hindi niya gi-forward yung INC form. So kailangan kung ano yung pagbigay sa iyo ng INC form, bigyan na ng grade yung instructor mo. So i-forward mo na sa dean then para may copy ka doon. So somewhat parang gano'n na nga. Ang iba naman is meron silang INC tapos hindi nila gina-focus o ginapansin na i-1 year. So naging problema sa kanya yung INC niya pag graduating na. So nagiging problema. So kaya ngayon kung makareceive kayo ng INC, try your very best na hindi pa yung semester, mag-end yung semester, ma-accomplish na ninyong INC para hindi mawala sa no? All about INC. About the grading system, so every instructor, alam na niya doon sa manual kung ano yung mga formula na Then the other one is the admission, the Article 2.249, the admission. So sa Section 5, sa admission, every student shall upon admission sign the plates before during the orientation ceremony. Kagaya nito. So kailangan makasign yung mga at the end of the orientation, meron silang mapirmahan na plates, no? Every student shall upon admission sign the plates before during the orientation ceremony. During orientation ceremony conducted by each colleges concerned. So ito yung content ng plates. In consideration of my admission to the Cotabato City State Polytechnic College and to the privilege of my admission as a student of this institution, I hereby promise and pledge to abide by and comply with all the rules and regulations laid down by competent authorities of the college and of the college of which I have enrolled. So I appeal to the governor of the CTC kailangan makapirma yung mga estudyante natin sa pledge. Kasi meron tayong sarili ding CETC, meron din tayong mga policies na kailangan makapirma sila dito para yung policies natin is aware na rin sila doon na hindi nila ma-violate. Kasi sa Section 6, the refusal to take the pledge or the violation of its terms shall be sufficient cause for the denial or admission or summary dismissal to the student concerned. So kailangan talaga makapirma sila ng pledge, no? Yung lahat ng yung mga estudyante natin. So refusal to take the privilege or the violation of its terms shall be sufficient cause for the denial or admission or summary dismissal of the student concerned. So again, in every colleges meron tayong policies. So sa CETC, meron tayong policy. The first, or the retention policy, no? So ito yung first policy of our CTC. We have 6 policies ba? Okay, 7 policies. So mababasa rin ng mga estudyante yan yung mga policies. So kailangan talaga na makapirma sila doon sa pledge. Kasi kung ano yung ma-violate nila dyan, so meron tayong na nakapirma sila doon sa pledge ng natin. So, kasi dahil sa nasa manual yun na kailangan talaga silang makapirma ng pledge after this orientation. Okay? So, and then they must be aware na ito yung CTC policy natin somewhat na retention policy. So thank you and wassalam. Have a good and safe day to each and every one of us. Maraming salamat.
Thank you so much, Sir Silan. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So we will move forward to the academic policies under the IT program to be delivered by Engineer Ruwaida M. Abbas. Ma'am.
Presentation ko dito.
Assalamualaikum. Good noon. Noon na siya, actually. Um, let me share my screen first. Share screen. Okay, so my task here is to discuss to you the academic policies for the ITA programs to include the BSCS or the BS Computer Science, BS Information Technology, and the BS Information Systems. Okay, let's start with the retention policies for our ITA programs. Students of the ITA courses shall maintain 2.5 general point average, or that is equivalent to 81 to 83 or higher. When we compute the GPA, we have to exclude in the computation the Arabic, the PE, the NSTP, whether that is CWTS or ROTC. Next, we'll proceed to the failing grades. Students of the ITA program shall not have 5.0 grade in all subjects. Should there be cases wherein you have one failing grade, you may be allowed to enroll in the succeeding semester, but there should be a warning from the dean or the program head regarding this matter. For two failing grades, there may be a reduced number of units as to your student load. Pwedeng hindi ipakuha sa inyo yung subject kung saan may prerequisite yung failing failing grade na yon. And you should pay close attention to this because kapag nagkaroon kayo ng 5 doon sa inyong major subject, which is a prerequisite to the next major subject, then there is a possibility that your studies will be delayed for 1 year or more. So instead of 4 years, magiging 5 or more years na yung IT, yung IS, or yung CS ninyo. Okay, for the third failing grade, you will be advised to shift. And this retention policy is already approved. So pag may tatlo na kayo in total na failing grades, advised na kayo to shift to another program sa CETC or sa other colleges. Whichever mag-qualify yung inyong grado. Next, we'll proceed dun sa mga cases ng incomplete. The compliance of the incomplete or INC grades is within 1 year only. So you will be given 2 semesters to comply the requirements. Now, for students with 3 INCs, allowed pa rin kayo mag-enroll provided na yung INC ninyo na-comply siya prior to enrollment or during the enrollment. So, hindi na siya po pwedeng extend because that might create another problem doon sa succeeding year ninyo. For the compliance of INC, paano natin yan siya gagawin? So, here are the steps. Now, as you can see, we have here a flow of the compliance of INC, which starts at securing an INC form. So, babayad kayo ng 50 pesos sa cashier's office. And then, kukuha kayo ng INC form from the registrar's office. So, again, only after the payment of the required amount for INC form kayo bibigyan ng registrar's office. Okay, so kung meron na kayong INC form, You can now proceed with the compliance of your lacking requirements or activities for the course. So ang makakausap nyo dito sa compliance ng requirements ninyo will be your respective instructor kung saan kayo nagkaroon ng INC. So once nakakomply na kayo ng requirements, you have to bring the duly accomplished INC form na fill up na po siya. Huwag po tayong magdadala ng blanco na INC form sa Office of the Dean. Make it sure that yung dala ninyo na form is duly accomplished, signed by your respective instructor, and then the Dean of the College of Engineering, Technology, and Computing. So once na-signan na yon by both your instructor and your dean, you can proceed to the registrar's office for the submission. And then kukunin ninyo yung signed copy ng INC form. But we recommend that instead na kayo yung magdadala dun sa registrar's office, ibibigay niyo siya or isasubmit ninyo dun sa college secretary natin, sa department secretary natin, and siya yung magsasubmit dun sa registrar's office. I-inform lang kayo pag available na yung copy ninyo from the registrar. So that ends the steps for the compliance of INC. Next, may mga cases wherein may mga naiwan kayong subjects. So we have here the policies for the request and enrollment of back subjects, and we have here, first, only graduating students will be allowed to request subjects and to exceed the required load for a given semester. So pag kayo hindi graduating, hindi po tayo allowed to request for the offering of a particular subject. Graduating students lang yung allowed na lumampas doon sa required number of units nila for the semester kung saan sila naka-enroll, and they will also be allowed to request for subject na naiwan nila, such as yung mga minor na subjects. Yung mga non-graduating, pwede naman kayo mag-cross-enroll, pero that is of course depende doon sa sa approval ng respective dean ng colleges na kung saan kayo magko-cross-enroll. Okay, so we have here the steps to request and enroll for particular subject. First is you're going to write a request letter signed by all requesting students. So halimbawa, meron kayong 15 na students na magre-request nito or more, you're going to write a request letter and then sign na nyo, kayo lahat mag-sign. Then you're going to submit it to the Office of the Dean through your chairperson. In that case, pwede nyo po i-submit sa akin kung meron kayong request subject. But again, this will only be available pag nandun na kayo sa 4th year. Hindi po allowed kung hanggang, from 1st year to 3rd year, hindi natin ina-allow pa yung requesting of subjects. Then when you have already submitted to the Office of the Dean your signed request letter, you can now proceed. You can now wait for the approval and it's opening in the SIM1, which is our computerized enrollment system. Now, the last part of my presentation would be regarding complaints. So should you have problems with your instructor, with other students, with our staff, you can communicate with us for those matters or regarding those matters. Now, to raise a complaint, you can write a formal letter duly signed and addressed to the college dean. So in that case, that would be Ma'am Alma Cato. Then submit such letter to the Office of the Dean through your chairperson. Then wait for you and the other party na kinumplain ninyo to be called or para magawa yung necessary action. I'd like to post here an important reminder to please not post to social media sites your complaints or your concerns, because social media cannot really answer kung ano man yung pinoproblema nyo dyan. You go to whoever is authorized to handle the problem or whoever is concerned. So that would be all for the academic policies of the ITE programs, unless you have queries and other concerns. kung meron kayong clarification, pwede nyo na i-ask ngayon. Especially with regards to evaluation, with regards to your grades, yung i-maintain natin po na grado is na-present ko na kanina. I'd like to remind everyone that nakalagay nga doon sa retention policy natin, hindi ibig sabihin na accepted na kayo sa ITE program, sa CS, sa Infotech, at saka sa Infosys, gagraduate kayo ng program na yan. Depende pa rin yan doon sa pag-maintain ninyo at pagko-comply ninyo sa retention policy natin. So you have to be aware, you have to take into consideration yung cut-off grade natin para magstay kayo sa ITA program. So if wala nang questions, wala na kayong i-raise na concern, I will now be turning over to the MC.
Wala. Bali si kan Ma'am Katoy na. So thank you so much, Ma'am Ro, for the academic policies under the IT program. We'll proceed to the proper protocol to be delivered by Engineer Alma Escato.
No.
I am all
No po.
Wala din. Hindi kasi hindi. Anong name? Setso Governor. Paki-unmute po yung Setso Governor. I-leave na lang kaya ito. Ay, oo ma'am. Narinig. Kaya naman, Ali. Okay na, sabi na.
Marip. Marip.
Mag-phone ka na lang muna, mag-mute sila ma'am.
Konti.
Konti daw. Konti daw ma'am.
Mahina.
Mag-phone ka na lang muna, mag-mute sila ma'am. Mag-chat box daw tayo. So, gamitin natin. Na-unmute presentation mo. Hindi na-unmute. Hindi, okay na yun. So, ito na lang. Pero hindi man ma-on. Ito na lang.
Dinig na po.
Hindi, wala. Ito na. Ito na lang kasi koan. No? So, marinig na ako. Ganyan. Paggamit ka daw headset.
Yes, ma'am. Dinig na po.
Okay. Sorry
Ako,
for
ma'am,
the
marinig na po.
inconvenience. No? So, hindi ako ito na lang. So, no? Kanina na pala ako kanina na pala ako tapos hindi ako marinig. Sorry. Headset.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry po. Kailangan ko magamit ng headset? Headset. Headset. Okay, hindi na. Okay na to? Okay na to? Okay na? Marinig na? Okay. Okay. Pwede nga dito na lang para okay, proper protocol. Assalamualaikum once again. So balik tayo dun sa yung proper protocol. So this will be the case. Each and every one of you have different story. So magbibigay ako ng example. Under College of Engineering, Technology, and Computing, we have 3 different programs. Bali, 6 lahat yung kurso natin. Doon sa BSCE, so lahat ng first year ngayon, transfer and shifters, ang nag-evaluate sa inyo ay si Engineer Walid Sarip. Pagdating doon sa next year na kayo, next year, magiging second year na kayo. Okay. So yung doon sa first year ngayon, first year ng BSCE from K to 12. First year yun kayo. No? First year kayo. Yun ang stand ninyo first year. So mayroon kayong curriculum binigay sa inyo doon sa prospectus na yun nakalagay doon first year. Doon sa shifters, lahat ng shifters ngayong second semester of 2020-2021 ay saka pa kayo magpa-first year, next year pa. Kasi mag-benchmark tayo doon sa subject natin na calculus. Ang sa CE kasi, maraming prerequisite. Unless na hindi mo makuha yung calculus 1, wala kang calculus 2. So lahat ng mga shifters ngayon, wala silang calculus 1, wala silang calculus 2, it is because of the prerequisite na calculus 1. So do not expect na yung shifters ngayon ay matatapos mo yung taon na 4 na taon. So kailangan yung mag-extend. Doon sa mga transferee naman, depende, transferee from different course mo. Kung hindi ka rin engineering, that is different story pa rin. Kung nag-transfer ka, non-engineering courses ka, same ka lang dun sa shifters. Kasi ang kuwan natin doon ay doon sa first year na calculus 1. So okay na yon. So same with BSIT, Infotech. Kapag nag-shift ka man, may mga tanong na bakit ang subjects ko ay 4 na lang? It is because doon sa mga prerequisite. Hindi ka pwede kukuha ng programming 2 nang wala kang programming 1. So ganoon ang examples noon. So lahat ng mga curriculum ninyo, magbigay na lang ako ng CE. Lahat ng CE binigyan ng prospectus. So, expected kayo lahat, alamin nyo kung ano yung curriculum niyo. Yung curriculum na lahat ng first year ngayon ay curriculum ng 2018. Ibig sabihin na bago yung curriculum ng 2018. Kasi lahat ng coming sa 2021, iba na yon, different subjects, different. May mga common lang. So, different yung total number of units. So, ganun yung protocol doon. All about evaluation. So, all about evaluation, kung sino yung enrolling officer mo, yun yung nakakaalam ng evaluation mo. Example, kapag computer science or IT ka, mayroong sa first sem na programming 1. So, wala kang programming 2 by second sem kung hindi mo natakal yon. So, ang nakakaalam lang dyan, ang evaluator mo, yung in-enrollan mo, at saka ikaw. Ikaw na nag-aaral. So, doon sa curriculum na tinanggap mo, if you think na bagsak ka sa programming 1, do not attempt to enroll programming 2 kasi babalik ka rin ng programming 1. Walang credit. Walang credit yung mai-enrollan mo yung may prerequisite. So, yun yung protocol doon. So, before pupunta muna yan sa dean, ang problema mo regarding grades and evaluation, doon sa enrolling officer mo, doon sa advisor mo. After doon, kung may problema ka, automatically may mapansin ka, automatically pansinin mo agad, meron tayong chairperson. So may mga case na after ma-receive blank. Maybe yung iba may nakaka-experience na blank yung grades. So yung blank ang grades, may mga ibig sabihin nun. Late lang na-submit, hindi pa na-transmit, or hindi pa na-approve. Kasi, bawat faculty, mayroon niyang sariling account, para ma-transmit doon sa registrar yung grade. Then, unless na-approve ng dean, bago ma-print ang grade mo doon sa registrar. So, bago mo makuha yung grade, grade mo ay dapat na-approve mo na ng dean. So yun yung takbo ng grade natin. So kapag if pag-receive mo ng grades ninyo na may blank dyan, may blank, automatically, pwede kang mag-request ng certificate of grades. So, ang protocol for certificate of grade is you have to pay 50 pesos sa cashier natin, then yung resibo mo, ipipresent mo doon sa registrar. So, ang registrars natin ay nasa week 7, yung under College of Engineering. So, yun yung protocol. Then, bibigyan ka nila na updated na grade. So, kapag ni-request mo yung grade mo, tapos wala pa rin talagang grade yung isang subjects mo, something na ibig sabihin, hindi mo pinasukan or wala ka talagang grade. No? So, dapat doon sa grades niyo, mapagmatsyag kayo. Dapat you have to concern kasi kayo ang nakakaalam ang in-enrollan mo, yung subjects mo, yung mga faculty mo. Hindi namin yun alam. Sunod-sunod, mas kayo ang nakakaalam. So, ganun yung protocol doon. So regarding naman problem ninyo, regarding your problem, protocol sa problem ninyo, sa problem concern, na-explain na yun ng mga chairpersons natin. So, magsulat kayo sa chairperson para ma-forward sa akin. Then, all about INC, na-discuss naman ng mga chairpersons natin. Grading system, ma-discuss bawat faculty, mayroon tayong handbook. Supposedly, kung nasa face-to-face kasi tayo, nakiklaim ninyo yung handbook, may handbook kayo, nakiklaim from ARS. So, yung all about lahat ng departments natin, na-discuss naman yon. So, yun lang yung protocol natin all about evaluations and grades. So, kung may mga tanong, pwede kayong direct chat, yung gamit ng Zoom, pwede niyong gamitin yung chat button para magtanong kayo. Then, pwede rin mag-raise hand kayo para doon sa tanong para masagot natin yung concern nito. May tanong ba? Pakikuan daw kung may tanong dyan sa chat box. May tanong. Ano? Nag-present yung information technology ng mga grading system. Hindi naintindihan yung presentations ng kuan. May grading systems na present ang infotech chairpersons para doon sa anytime pwede na tayong pwede ma-request yung student ID, hindi lang mag-block. So ang student ID nandito sa baba ng main building under College of Engineering Technology building. So nasa main building tayo, CETC building, hanapin ang MIS, nasa room 100. So look for Ma'am Zahara Adam. Yung kailangan yung ID, school ID. Next. May ibang tanong pa so that ma-raise na, masagot natin. Yung walang mga ID, as long as nakapasok kayo, hindi lang magki-cater naman ang school 10 person a day. As long as hindi lang kuan, proper health protocol na lang. May ibang tanong pa? Wala nang tanong. Para kuan, kasi maraming nagchat-chat din sa akin. Hindi ko marinig. Ano?
Hello, ma'am.
Hindi ko marinig.
Hello, ma'am.
Before my recommendations, since pandemic na yon, wala bang program? Kasi hindi ina-allowed. Hindi tayo ina-allowed ng kwan before. So previously, mayroong tayong recognition at the end of the year. Tatapusin mo na yung isang taon bago may recognitions. So may mga cut-off grade yan. So general schedule, general grades. Kasi dapat if you are aspiring for cum laude, no grade below 2, at saka ang general average mo ay 1.75. So pag na-meet mo yung 1.75 na general average and no grade below 2.0, ibig sabihin that is 85 and above, so you can aspire for a cum laude. Yung INC, ibig sabihin, previous first semester. Kung INC ka first sem, automatically, mayroon kang isang taon. So, you can comply that ngayon. Hindi ka ma-INC kung ngayon pa, wala pang INC ngayon. Pero yung INC mo, yung last semester, yung first semester. As long as you can contact your faculty, during the face-to-face, meron yan binibigay. Pero as of today, since pandemic, we will ask the in-charge kung kailan mabibigyan yung ngayon na year. Nag-present yung chairperson natin. Ano yung i-present ng chairperson? Basta non-academic kasi, when you say non-academic, hindi siya considered doon sa mga doon sa laude, yung non-academic. Yung PT, ROTC, parang hindi kasali. No considerations. Ang cum laude kasi natin, nire-raise yan sa academic. Ang flow natin is, ganito yan siya. Mayroon tayong tinatawag na academic council. Yung academic council na yan, lahat ng professor sa MSU, magbi-meeting yan, tapos pinopropose yan, ini-scrutinize yung lahat ng grade kapag graduating ka na. Nakalagay yan sa agenda, yung grade. Yung grade, lahat ng grade, i-scrutinize yan ng panels. Pag ma-scrutinize yan ng panels, hanggang doon sa registrar, pinopropose na siya ay propose na cum laude. Pag yung cum laude na siya, nagmi-meeting
Nawala si ma'am.
Saan na si ma'am?
Ma'am, nasaan ka na? Ba't po kami iniwan?
Ma'am, sana po kayo.
Nawala. Sana yun. Pwede, oh. Doon dato. Ay, kanang niya dato pakakay. Okay, ano yung tanong? Okay na? Ano ang tanong na iba? Last na lang? Yung kumuha naman ng mga first years, wala silang bayad. Walang payment. No payment for ID. As long as makapasok lang kayo, nagki-cater ang school natin ng 10 persons a day. So, wag lang mag-flag, wag lang magdikit-dikit. Ibig sabihin, ang pila malayo. So, magpunta lang kayo dito sa building natin. Magkakaroon kayo ng ID. Nakukuha niyo agad. Next. Wala nang tanong. And that's all for today. Thank you.
Ako mag-gather. Ano patulog pa nila? Hindi na siya magsalita na mag-ano. Uy, ano ito? Pasa mo na. Wala po. To our honorable guest speakers, Dr. Naraini B. Mabang, Dr. Ermia U. Ibrahim, RGC, Baididu S. Abubakar, RLMALS, Dr. Rosalinda Perez Camid, Professor Edgar A. Bukia, MAPPE, Sir Faisal B. Monal, Engineer Moing S. Silad, and Engineer Zaldi D. Bualat, to the Dean of the College of Engineering, Technology, and Computing, Engineer Alma Sandad Cato, DM, to our supportive advisor, Engineer Ruwaida M. Abbas, MIM, to the faculty members, staff, students, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala and good day. This program would not be successful without your presence. In behalf of the College of Engineering, Technology, and Computing, local student government officers, we would like to thank you all for taking part in our departmental virtual orientation with the theme CETC in the new normal. Adapting technology, a milestone for globalization. I hope that everyone has learned something from this program. Again, thank you very much to each and everyone, and especially to our guest speakers for sharing their ideas regarding to their topics. So, thank you everyone for joining this departmental virtual orientation. Thank you very much. Sige, dalo ka rin. Dalo ka rin.
Sige din. I would like to extend my sincerest gratitude to all of the speakers, Engineer Alma Escato, Ma'am Noraini B. Mabang, Ma'am Armia U. Ibrahim, Ma'am Baidido S. Abubakar, Ma'am Rosalinda Perez Camad, Sir Professor Edgar A. Bukia, Sir Faisal B. Monal, Engineer Muin S. Silad, Engineer Ruwaida M. Abbas, Engineer Zaldi D. Bualat, and we are here at the juncture where many things have changed. I just want to thank you for joining us. We are humbly that you are indeed embracing the fact, the flexibility, and being here virtually once again. I am Harip Badar P. Baundi, your host for today, now signing off.
Lukas sa baba. Lukas sa baba. Dalo ka na pasok.